Good evening. Yeah, evening. I'm so used to sprinting in the morning that I had to think about it. So, yeah, here I am this evening. It is February 29th, and I've got myself a nice cup of tea, and my tea tried to rob me. I poured my tea, and it was like here in my cup. So I actually was standing there like 2 minutes before we started trying to like boil literally probably a quarter a cup of tea. Now I'm gonna try and put it down there. So, what is everybody reading tonight? And thank you for joining me. What am I reading tonight? Where'd my book go? I'm gonna be finishing Dune. I have the last 50 pages to go, so I'm finishing it. So, yeah, so that's what I'm gonna be reading and working on tonight. I just want to say thank you right now, and I will keep saying thank you all night to everyone who has subscribed to my channel. That's the reason I'm doing this sprint and the sprints pretty much the whole weekend into next week, is just to celebrate reaching 1,000 subscribers. I'm so surprised. I can't tell you what my goals were. They were way low of where we are. In fact, I've hit my goal probably for a few years out. Um, and we've like got to start celebrating because I'm yeah, yeah. Anyway, tell me what you're reading. Say hello in the chat if you want to. If not, hello to everyone who is watching this video but maybe not commenting, because I know sometimes people just like to lurk and join in the party that way. So, yeah, so we're going to have a nice chill introduction into the evening, but I'm really looking forward to it. And Alicia says, congratulations. Thank you so much, Alicia, if you're on right now, because I have to say, I was setting up some things in the stream earlier this week, and Alicia was so sweet. She actually left this comment days ago. So thank you, Alicia, for that thoughtfulness. I saw that, and I know that's how you ended up being the first person on here. And hello, City Girl Writer. And you know what? I need to figure out how to say your first name because I'm not even sure I know how to spell it. If you could type out your first name for me, that will help. I'm a visual learner. But thank you so much. How are you doing? How did your blackathon go for February? Like I haven't been able to make your last couple of sprints. So, and I didn't get to see the closing one. And she said, Reading Only for the Week by Natasha Bishop on your Kindle. Very nice. How's it going? What is it about? Genre? Give me the deets. Hello, Jaleesa. Nice to see you. How are you? I know Jaleesa will be with me till the end if she can, because I remember, Jaleesa, you saying you're more of a night owl. And hello, Penny. How are you doing? Yay, Dune. Yep, yep, yep. I'm almost done. So super excited. And thank you. Thank you on the 1K. Yep. And yeah, I've been enjoying Dune. It's like there's levels of enjoyment on it. Like it's not bad, but I have very mixed feelings about it. And I talk about it in my currently reading this week. I mentioned Dune. And hello, Sue. How are you doing? What are you reading today? Thanks for coming on. Hello, Bex. Hi, everyone. Congrats. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And really, I should be thanking you guys. Like, my channel would not be here and doing well if it was not for you guys, and especially some of you guys who join me every week during my sprints, and you've been commenting on my channel. There have been quite a few of you I know who had joined my channel like super early on. Like I swear before I was even at 100. So thank you to all of you. And Kay says, good morning. Yes, good morning, Kay. I know it's morning where you are. Yeah, congratulations. Oh, thank you so much. You're so kind. Yeah. I'm just having a ton of fun. And hello, Donna. How are you doing? Donna, I still every time I see your name now, Donna, I just laugh at that video. If you have not seen Donna's TBR video for March, you guys have got to go see it. I'm not even going to say why. Because honestly, Donna, I feel bad. I feel like the last time I mentioned that people need to go and see it, I then accidentally discouraged them from watching it. But anyway, good evening, Donna. I hope you're doing well. Donna's TBR video was so cute. I watched the whole thing. I just couldn't stop. And yeah, Penny is saying reading. Oh, you're reading Sense and Sensibility? Nice. Very nice. How are you liking it? I have just read Pride and Prejudice, not like just as in right now, but in general. I've read Pride and Prejudice, Emma, and I swear there's one other Jane Austen, but apparently I must not have enjoyed it because I never remember what it is. No, hello, Sherry. How are you? Thank you so much. Yeah. Guys, I was gonna bring like little balloons, so it'd be like festive, but at some point I will share my balloon stories with you. And in fact, I might even show you my balloon picture, because yes, there's a picture regarding the balloon and why we don't do balloons to celebrate so much anymore in my house. And Jaleesa says, I'll be reading Cinderella is Dead by Kaylin Bayron for the first sprint. Okay. Sounds good. Sounds creepy or something. And Kay said, I will be reading Golden Sun. Yes, you've been reading that since Monday, right? How's it going? Are you enjoying it? Like, have you enjoyed the whole series? Because is Golden Sun the first book in like the second trilogy of it? So technically book four? I don't really know. Oops. And Donna was saying, I am reading To Be Honest by Maggie Ann Martin and Diamond Painting. Oh, you'll leave my sprint up while you take your son to bed. Oh, so sweet. Oh, very nice. And if you haven't left yet, Donna, tell us what your diamond painting is of. I really want to try diamond painting, but then I keep reminding myself that I'm moving and I really like shouldn't buy anything else to pack. And Jaleesa says, "Oh wow, that's so sweet of Alicia." I know, wasn't it? It was. Like I saw it like whenever it was I went in to do something and I was like, "Oh, Alicia." That was my exact face. And Gail says, "Congrats and hello. I'll be reading The Book Woman of Troublesome Creek." Ooh, that's a cool title. What is that about, Gail? And hello, hello. And Gail, have you been on a sprint before? Your name doesn't seem that familiar. Or maybe if you have, it hasn't been that often. Or like, have you been in the chat? I guess is really what I'm saying. But hello to you too, and thank you. And Christina says, good evening. Good evening, Christina, and hello. And congrats. Hope everyone is well. Yes, I am reading 11/22/63, sharing some we get extra day joy. It's leap day. Yeah, with the like button, right? I know. I didn't even think about that when I planned this sprint. Like, it's like an extra day to do everything. Are you almost done, Christina, with 11/22/63? I know you guys started it in February, but I don't know if the goal was to finish it in February. How many people finished it so far? And Sue says, I'm finishing Frankenstein. Frankenstein? How are you liking it, Sue? I love Frankenstein. Frankenstein was like one of the few books I read in college that just brought me absolute joy, and was a complete surprise. The other book that was an absolute joy the entire time I read it in college was War and Peace. I like most of the things that I actually read in college, but sometimes studying a book makes it a little less fun. War and Peace, we studied the crud out of that book and it was awesome. And Frankenstein was awesome because the book is I just love the book. So maybe I don't want to know if you didn't like it, Sue. And Nikechi, okay. And it's spelled the way it's pronounced the way it's spelled. I can't read, so who knows how this sprint's gonna go. Doing well, mostly done with Blackathon. Very nice. Very nice. What was your favorite read that you read this Blackathon? Let me know. Mariela Maceo. Hello. Hola. Feliciones. Yes. Desde Uruguay. Really? Oh, wow. Well, welcome. Do I remember how to say welcome in Spanish? Apparently not. But welcome and hola. And that's the all the Spanish I know. Unless you want me to offer you diapers and see if you need diapers and whether or not you have a boy or a girl. And yeah, Christina's celebrating. Yay! And Walk in the Woods. Lovely. Hi, I'm reading Death Comes Stealing by Valerie Wilson Wesley. It's a mystery series. Welcome, Walk in the Woods. How are you? I don't believe you've been here before. Feel free to let us know your first name if you would like me to call you by that. Otherwise, Walk in the Woods is fine. Is that inspired by Bill Bryson? Just wondering. And Metzeli Vargas, hello. Congrats from Mexico. Thank you. Hola to you too. Thank you and welcome. And hello, Kiana. How are you? How are you doing this evening? I know like it's not as late for you, so that's nice. And Jaleesa says, you already know, Nicole, I will be here until Hammerlock you are hosting Spritz. Yep, that's right, Jaleesa. I knew that. I remembered that. Donna says, I mean, there was a lot of chaos. There was, Donna, but it was so funny and it was so cute the way you did it. And Donna's talking about her TBR video. I'm telling you, watch it. It's so cute. She's so cute. Like all sorts of things happened during that video, and Donna's just like, oh, okay, that's fine. And oh, we're just gonna keep going. You're so calm. You're so calm through it all, Donna. And Christina says hi to Donna and Jolisa. And Penny says, I'm really liking sensibility so far. Okay, you're 60% of the way through. Okay, well, that's very promising. I don't feel like Austen has bad endings, so I feel like it's going to go well. And hello, Stacy and Steph. Hi, Nicole. So glad to be here for your sprints. Yes, thanks for coming. Congrats on hitting 1K subs. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, and I was so happy when you guys hit it as well. It's really exciting. And Kiana says hello to Jaleesa and Christina. And Christina says Emma, North Anger Abbey. Yeah, no, I definitely read Emma and Pride and Prejudice. Maybe maybe it's only 2 and not 3. Hmm. Okay, we're gonna have to think about it a while. And Stacy and Steph said, just finished my book, need to start another, not sure which one yet. Well, let us know if you'd like us to vote. There's nothing like a good, chat vote for what you should read next. And Christina says hi to Kiana. And Kiana is reading Rebel by Beverly Jenkins. Is that the one that you've been reading, Kiana, or have you read multiple books of hers this week? I don't remember, but I know you're reading Beverly Jenkins, and you were earlier this week too. And Sherry says, going to start He Knew He Was Right by Anthony Trollope. Oh, Sherry. Why I just did a dance for that, I don't know, but I hope you enjoy it. It sounds good. I've got it. Like, it's always somewhere. Oh, I see it. It's on this shelf right up here. I just reorganized my bookshelves. See? So they're not double stacked anymore. So they're all a little offset. Maybe I'll do a little bookshelf tour and show you guys. Not necessarily during the sprint, because that would be a disaster if I tried that. But maybe I'll film a video on that. Let me know if you guys are interested. And Jaleesa says, hey to Christina and Kiana. And I'm just realizing that now that I'm on this, that my son is not getting off the computer and going to take a shower. He said, mm. And Christina says hi to Stacy. And Stacy and Steph say hi to Christina. And Kiana is saying, well, listening while I diamond paint. Very nice. What are you diamond painting? Is this your first diamond painting, Kiana? Didn't you say you recently got it? Is it the one with the girl with the flower in her hair? Is this coming back to me now? Is my brain actually working? And Stacy and Steph says, thanks for joining our sprints today. Oh, absolutely. I love going to your sprints, Stacy and Steph. And if you guys don't know, Stacy and Steph, they regularly, like at least a couple times every week, do sprints on their channels. And they're always such a nice time. And it's just a nice vibe. And they just do such a nice job of hosting it. And it's just always, I don't know, it's just friendly and warm. So I love going to it. And Kay says Golden Sun is book 2. Oh, I don't know why I thought it was. Maybe because there's like gold in a circular shape on one of the later books. I'm thinking of whatever book it is that's white and has something on the front. Or is that Golden Sun book 2? And yes, it's very good. Had a few days off reading, but weekend vibes have me reading now. Very nice. And Metzeli, please let me know if I'm even close to pronouncing your name correctly. You're reading Jurassic Park. Are you loving it? I haven't read it, but my best friend in like elementary, middle, high school, we're still friends. She loved Jurassic Park. She was like, couldn't stop talking about it at one point in life. And Donna said, I am doing an Eeyore with balloons. Oh, that's so cute. I feel like it is fitting for your life. Oh, yeah, that's fun. And we have a joke about Eeyore in my house because my husband is Eeyore. That's what we say. He's got that same personality. Oh, maybe I should just live in a hole. Gail says my first sprint. Oh, well, welcome, Gail. Thanks for coming and joining. And what a great time to join. And Kiana says the bookwoman of Troublesome Creek was a 5-star for me. Very nice. And it's Faye. Hello, Faye. And Faye says, congrats. Thank you. I'll be endlessly reviewing flashcards for an exam. Oh, I made the same face as your emoji. Okay, well, good luck. What is your exam on? What are you studying? Hello, Chloe. First sprint. Well, welcome, Chloe. Nice to have you here. What are you reading this evening? Let us know. And I love Hello Kitty. And Christina says, haha, no. And Kay said, oh, Kay finished 11:22:63. Very nice, Kay. But no for Christina. Well, you still have time. There's no book police. And Christina said, so not done. It will be a while. Oh, okay. Well, are you enjoying it, Christina? Is it still going well? And Christina said, welcome to Chloe. Yes, welcome to Chloe and everyone who's new. Kay said, I get to pass go and collect $200 and Monopoly for money for finishing. I know. If only we could turn it into like real money or just flat out books so we didn't even have to like go shopping, but like the next book we wanted just arrived. Right? And Gail says Bookwoman of Troublesome Creek is historical fiction based on Kentucky Pack Horse Library service in 1930s. Oh, is that like a mobile library on horses? Like, that's what I understood from Kentucky Pack Horse Library service. Sounds fascinating. I'd like to know more. Sue says Frankenstein was slow to start, but I am enjoying it now. Yeah, it's such a strange book. And it probably seemed fast-paced to me because, especially in college when I was introduced to it, I was reading a lot of 18th century British lit, which is before Frankenstein. And so by the time I got to Frankenstein, I was like, oh, this is an easy, fast read comparatively. That's how slow and not easy to read some of the ones I was doing were. And Lori says, still working on a nonfiction history of Chinese food. Oh, is it yummy? Are there recipes? That's what I want to know, Lori. And nice to see you, Lori. I don't know that I've seen you here before either, so welcome. Kay says, I just started to learn Spanish. I did it in school in the 80s, so it's been a while, but I want a second language. That is a good goal, Kay. I really need to work on my Spanish for numerous reasons. Plus, it's the language that's like closest to the surface. There's a few others boiling underneath. And Donna said, making me blush over here. Ah, Donna. And then Donna says, hey, Christina, persuasion. No, it must just be two. I feel like there was a third, but I read her first novel, which is Emma. Was Emma her first book? Let me know, guys. And Nikechi says, my favorite Blackathon read was Outdrawn by Dean Gray. I have not heard of it. What did you like about it? What made it your favorite? And Kiana says, no, I was reading Vivid, but then started Rebel. Okay. So I'm not going crazy. I was thinking, I was like, I don't feel like that was the name of the book she said last time. And Jaleesa says, laugh out loud, kiddos will try you. Yeah, son, don't go to bed funky. Right, wash the day off. Yeah. He's still hasn't moved. And hello, Stargater. Hello, how are you? Yes. I'm on tonight. Yes, it's a rare Thursday night treat. And Kiana says that was my first painting, and now I'm finishing my second one. Oh, okay. So what's this painting then? And how did you like how the woman with the flower in her hair came out? And Stacy and Steph said, you're so sweet, Nicole. Oh, no, it's all true. And feel the same about you and your sprints. Oh, thanks. And Jamie, hello, Jamie, how are you? It says, hope everyone's still having a lovely last day of the great battle of the girl bands. I know. That seems like it was so much fun and went so well, and everybody seemed like they had a good time. Are they doing like awards tonight? Is there an award or announcing, like, when do they announce who wins? That's what I wanna know. Chloe said, "Thank you. I am listening to Armada by Ernest Cline while I get some work done." Ooh, what's that about, Chloe? That sounds good. Sounds interesting. And Stargater said, "Wearing The Boy Who Cried Bear by Kelly Armstrong." The Boy Who Cried Bear. Okay, share. What's The Boy Who Cried Bear about? It sounds like it would be a good children's story, but I feel like it's probably not. And Metzli said, "I am indeed. It's really good, and I'm in this the second one, The Lost World. Okay, and I'm liking it more than the movies. Yes, yes. Okay, did you like the first one more than the movies as well? Because my best friend, she also thought that the second book was just as good as the first book of Jurassic Park, and she also thought that the second book was way better than the second movie. So if you guys are Jurassic Park fans of the movies, the books are pretty good." And Faye said, "My exam is for linguistic anthropology. So there's a lot of lingo to remember definitions for me." Yeah, I could definitely see that. I've known a few linguists in my time and an anthropologist, but not both. So I can only imagine. And Kat says, "Hello. Hey, how are you, Kat? I was on your like channel until you guys were done. Did I read a single thing? No, but I was hanging out with you and you were keeping me company." And Karen, "Hello, Karen." And she says, "Tonight I am reading Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope." Oh, yay. I have that. That is one of my eventually one day I will pull series picks, and that's one of the series I have to finish. I've only read The Warden so far. I've heard the entire series goes uphill from there. I'm very excited. How are you liking Barchester Towers, Karen? Let me know, please. And welcome, because I believe it's your first time here. And Christina says, "I am enjoying it so far. I am on page 83 out of 849. Okay. That's why you said no time soon. Okay. Well, I kept seeing you mention it, so I thought you were like further along. But now that I think about it, the couple of times I've seen you mention it, you then also kept saying no reading done yet. So you'll get there. You'll get there. But at least you're enjoying it so far. And Kat says hello to Faye. And Metzley says, "I want to start reading A Court of Thorn and Roses, though. And you can call me Vargas." No worries. Okay. Yeah, that will probably come out faster and less awkwardly for me, so long as you don't mind. So, Mansfield Park, no, definitely. I have it over there. I'm going to read the back of the cover on our sprint. Maybe, maybe. Maybe. I feel like no, but now that you're mentioning it, Christina, maybe yes. Maybe that is the third Jane Austen that I've read. Kat said, "Just popping in to say hi and congrats." Thank you, Kat, and to boop the like button. Thank you so much, Kat. And Christina says, "There is also Lady Susan, but not many have read that." No, it definitely wasn't one of her like more obscure, lesser known ones. And City Girl writer Catchy says, "Outdrawn is a sapphic rivals to lovers black romance. I loved how the romance was a true rivals to lovers romance. Usually they don't read romance. Oh, usually don't read romance, but I'm exploring the genre more this year." Nice. So what do you mean that it was a true rival to lovers? Like, do you feel like normally they're not like actually enemies? And Christina said, "The boys got me a really pretty copy of the complete novels of Jane Austen." Very nice. I've seen a couple of copies, like complete editions that are really pretty going around. Jamie says, "I think there are a few of us reading to the very last hour. I guess Rainy will tally up the runner in a few days." Oh, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. And Chloe said, "It's sci-fi, same author as Ready Player One." Oh, okay. And so far you're intrigued. Nice. Jamie said, "I'll be trying to read a lot of Trollope in March." Very cool. What are you starting with? Where are you hoping to go? And Vargas says, "The books just offer way more info and descriptions and kept me at the edge of my seat, just needing to know what was coming next." You said, Metzley, "Very well, thanks." Oh, thank you. And yeah, no, I mean, maybe I'm biased because she was a very close friend and still is, but she never said anything bad about the entire series. And Christina, laugh out loud, just found the audio though, so you started it over. Well, okay. That's I mean, whatever. You found the audio, that'll make it go quicker eventually because you'll be able to do more things, right? And let's see. Helio Liello. Mostly a lurker. Oh, but congrats. Thank you. And thank you for commenting this time, even though you're normally a lurker. And you're reading The Woman in White. Yes, yes, yes. I want to get to The Woman in White so badly. I don't know why I won't let myself read Drood until I read The Woman in White, but that's pretty much what's happening at this point. But I'm hoping I get to it soon. Are you liking it? Is this your first Wilkie Collins? Let me know. And hello, Cherie. How are you? Hi, congrats on 1K. Thank you so much. So happy for you. Finished the month with 2 novellas. Nice. Work Husband and Dear Vicky, both by Octavia Grant. I don't know who that author is, but did you like them? And Karen said, this is the third time. Very nice. The third time you will be reading Barchester Towers. It's on the reading list for British history. I love it. So I am looking forward to the reread. Oh my gosh, you must really like it. That makes me even more excited for it. And what is this British history reading list? Do share? And hello, Matthew. First time here. Welcome. Thanks for coming. Thanks for joining. And you're reading the newest book in the Wayward Children series by Shani McGuire. What's the new one called? I read the first one and I didn't realize there was going to be gore, guys. And I'm like the biggest scaredy cat. And I finished the book because they're so short, creeped me the heck out, and that was the end of that. But I can see why people like them. So I'm glad you're enjoying it. Vargas said, I don't mind. You say both very well. Oh, thank you. So you can call me whatever you want. Oh, well, I'll call you Vargas since he said to do so. And Stargater says, Kelly Armstrong book is a mystery, a NetGalley. Oh, okay. The Boy Who Cried Bear. Oh, interesting. I like the name. Christina says the only one not in it is the Sanditon. Okay, but that was not published until recently. That makes sense. And it was like, is it actually a finished work? Like, did she finish it? Because it was the book she was working on when she died, right? And Nikechi says, most of the rivals to lovers romance I've read do not read like they are rivals to me and outdrawn. They try to one up each other and compete against each other like actual rivals. Cool. And Jamie says, I have to read The Last Chronicle of Barset, and I ought to also read, I don't know why I couldn't say that, The Way We Live Now. Okay. I guess the Barset book is part of a series, so I may read more of them. Yeah, it's pretty late in the series too. The first book in the series, Jamie, is The Warden, and then Barchester Towers is the second one. I don't know where The Last Chronicle falls in. I know it's ironically not the last book, so. And Christina says, welcome to Matthew. Christina, you're such a good welcoming party. And Penny says, oh, I love The Warden and Barchester Towers. Yeah, I know. I can't wait to get to the second one. And no, she did not finish it herself. Okay, I lost the thread. Don't know who didn't finish it themselves, but somebody didn't. And Jane Austen. Duh, I figured it out. And sorry, I love the old one, Austen and the Brontes. Yeah. Oh, okay. So someone finished it for her? Huh. Interesting. I don't know how I feel about that. And Christina says, I get a little excited when I hear about them. Oh, yeah. Have you read all of their works, like all the Brontes and all the Austen? And Karen says, my favorite Barsetshire book is Dr. Thorne. I have heard a lot of people like that one. So, but this is your third rereading of Barchester Towers and Dr. Thorne. How many times have you read Dr. Thorne? Let us know. And you love all of the other 5 as well. Yeah, I've heard it's just amazing. Like, I've heard the worst one in the series is the first one, The Warden, and I really liked The Warden. Like, I didn't have a single problem with The Warden. So I'm guessing it's a comparison thing. And Helio, you're gonna have to help me with this name here, or you could share your first name if you would like to. And you're really enjoying The Woman in White. It's a fun read. Your first Wilkie Collins? But I'll definitely be reading more. I read Drood years ago. I like to do a reread once I'm more familiar. Oh, yes, maybe we can buddy read Drood together. I'm so excited, but I'm so worried I'm gonna be completely freaked out by that book, and I'm gonna just have to force myself to read it anyway because in my mind, I've built it up. Christina says, a long time ago, working my way through them again, but I have watched most of all of the versions of the movies. The BBC ones are best. Yeah. I mean, the BBC ones are best. That could have just been the whole statement right there. I don't think anyone's ever going to do Jane Austen better or most Victorian novels better than BBC. Not to say that there aren't other good versions, but, you know, the last part of that sentence. Okay, I've reached the end of the comments. That was a really long but fun time. I'm so happy to have you all here. And are we ready to get reading? Let us start out with a nice 45 minutes. I should make some pretty good progress in Dune in doing that. And that's the last book that I plan on reading on my February TBR. So once I finish Dune, I don't know what I'm going to do, but you guys are going to have to help me decide or figure out, or you're going to watch the process of how I decide what to read next. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, so I'll leave the banner up in case other people come in while we're reading. Vargas says, oh, I've only read a couple of the Austen and Brontes, but I want to keep going because I love those. Yes, I have read Jane Eyre. I have read Wuthering Heights, and I just recently read Villette, which wasn't quite as big a fan. Christina says, yeah, okay, yes, Christina, you are speaking my language here. There will never be another Mr. Darcy. I'm sorry. Other people may disagree. No, no. If you weren't alive at the time when that BBC came out, I don't know that you can fully appreciate Colin Firth as Mr. Darcy. And you think Jane time traveled and met him before she wrote that? Yeah, she must have. Because, I mean, that was one of the best parts of Bridget Jones's Diary and the movie that they made, that she was like, you can't make the movie unless Colin Firth is Mr. Darcy. That about sums it up. And Penny says, start March books. Yeah, no, that's definitely what I'm doing. Don't worry. Don't worry. I just have to decide which of the March books I'm starting. And Christina said, read Salt and Broom recently, and it is a witchy retelling of Jane Eyre. Yeah, I've heard a couple of people talk about that, and they've said it's really good. So if any of you like Jane Eyre, Salt and Broom is apparently a really good one to follow up with. Okay, now we're really going to get to reading. I've set our timer for 45 minutes to start. So we'll go ahead with that. And Christina is saying, I can see that Salt and Broom, she said, was really good and that she enjoyed it. And yeah. So here's our 45 minutes. I'll see you guys when we come back from the sprint. Happy reading. Hello, welcome back. How did your sprint go? Mine went really well. I got 27 pages read, so making my way in Dune. It's getting, I swear, more confusing as time goes. So, yeah, that was my sprint, but yeah, I'm feeling confident that I'm gonna finish it tonight. So, yeah, let me know how your reading sprint went. Again, welcome to everyone who's come, who is new here. And I guess I didn't say, if you're new here, what we do in sprints is we chat for a bit and then we read for a bit and we just cycle back and forth until we're done. So, yeah. So let me go back to where I left off in the chat. Um, Oh, okay. Julie. Julie is probably easier. Yes, yes. My mind will be able to wrap my head around that, especially since on my screen, your name is very tiny. So I was like, the what I see is like a fraction of the screen of what you like. I see the whole screen you guys are seeing, but it's a small piece of my actual computer screen that it shows up on. And Karen said, a few years ago, I read and reread all of the Brontes and Jane Austen and ranked them. It was a wonderful experience. Okay, well, now we need to know, Karen, who came out on top? Favorite Bronte or, yeah, well, I guess you ranked the books. So, which was your favorite Bronte book? Which was your favorite Austen? Let us know. And hello, Lonnie. Welcome. I believe this is your first time in the chat. Let us know what you're reading. And Lonnie wanted to know, are we talking Sanditon? We were, um, but in this case, we had also just been talking Jane Austen stuff in general. So not at the moment, but we can. And we were talking about it when we were talking about how somebody else finished writing it for her, apparently. And my book called Life, hello and welcome. Let me know your name if you would like me to call you something else. I was watching, aka listening to your Mammoth Books video, and looked down, and your channel pick had the red circle and live on it. And I was like, really? How nice. How fun. I love when that happens, when you're like watching somebody's video and they're live right that second. Yes, I'm live. We're here. We're reading. So join us. Glad you could make it and glad that it all worked out. And Christina says, I may have to go watch that now, but I should read a little first. Yeah. What I don't remember what we were talking about that you were going to go and watch, Christina. Salt and Broom. Is that a did they make it into a show? Is that what you're talking about? Let me know. And Alicia is back and saying congrats again. Thank you, Alicia. Hello. I was touting how I saw that you left that original message like ages ago and how sweet I thought that was. And Rachel, hello, Rachel. And Rachel says, oh, hey, Nicole, hope you're having a splendid day. I am. I am having a wonderful day. I went to Pilates earlier today and I worked on a video that's posting this weekend. Oh, and I had my favorite Lebanese restaurant. They make garlic whip. That's not the original name of it, but I know more or less so what it is it's like raw garlic that's whipped with probably olive oil and just blended into like this fluffy puree that like burns and it's almost like horseradish. And there will be no one coming close to me anytime soon because I will just reek of garlic, but it is the most wonderful thing in the world if you've ever had it. And Rachel said 1.8K. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know either, Rachel. Like I was like, let's celebrate 1K and now we're almost at 2. So it's all you guys. You seem to like whatever craziness I'm doing. And Rachel says, woman, you're gonna hit that 2K before you move house. Yeah, I know. I know. It's fun though. I'm having a great time. Melinda, hello, Melinda. Thanks for stopping by. Just popped in my first ever sprint. Your first ever sprint here, Melinda, or like ever? Oh my gosh, is this really like your first sprint ever? Let me know. Let me know. Like, I don't know why that's so exciting, but the idea of that is. But welcome. I'm glad you're here. What are you reading? And Foxing Border, hello, welcome. Hi, everyone. She's almost, I know, I know. Oh, a new subscriber. Well, very nice. Let me know your name or what you would like to call. Otherwise, I'll just call you Foxing. So that's a fun name. So thanks for coming. What are you reading tonight? And Melinda said she's currently reading King Life. Oh, how are you liking that? I have like just barely vaguely heard different things about it, but I've heard it's, controversial if you consider it controversial to hear things about somebody's actual private life, but whatever. Let me know your thoughts, Melinda. And hello, Coda. How are you? And Coda says hello to friends. Hi, friends. And Melinda says, have to go make dinner, may hot back on afterwards. Well, I hope so, Melinda, because then I also want to know what you're having for dinner. And Jaleesa says hi to Coda, and so does Kiana. And Coda says hi back and also says hi to Rachel. And Glinda says, hey there, Coda, Rachel, and Kiana. Ooh, getting that out of the way right off the start. And hello, Glinda. How are you? What are you reading this evening? And Kathy, hi Kathy, how are you? Kathy just got off of work a bit ago, not reading these sprints, but having cleaning sprints. Oh, hey, that's I do that sometimes too. So very good. Cleaned the living room, organized the book cart, and got my March TBR set. Ooh, what's the first thing you're gonna read off your March TBR, Kathy? Let us know. And hello, Sandra. How are you? Sandra says, hi, all. I hope everyone's evening is going well as their sprints. Thank you. I hope yours is going well as well. Let us know what you're reading. Kiana said, read about 20 pages and got to page 97. Nice. Are you hoping to finish tonight? How long is the book? How much more do you have to go? And hello, Adrian. How are you? And she says, congrats. Thank you so much. Vargas says, my book got sad. Oh, it got sad right as the timer was reaching. Oh, no. Oh, that's awful. Oh, and then that means you're like coming off the sprints like, oh, that's like almost as bad as when you've got like those like 5 seconds left to the sprint. It's leaving you on a cliffhanger that doesn't otherwise exist in the book. Yeah, that's happened to me. Christina says, kiddo decided to do some of the chapters for Harry Potter 4 buddy read tonight. Nice. So almost through 2 chapters, 5 minutes left, and then he's going to bed. Very cool. Very nice. And Jaleesa said, I read 20 pages of Cinderella is Dead, 58% into the book. Good, good, good. Sounds like it's going well. And Sue said, I finished 2 chapters in the second volume of Frankenstein. I would have gotten further, but I was chatting with my daughter. Well, that'll slow you down. The the second volume of Frankenstein. I'm trying to think. Is there a book 1 and 2 in there? I just read it recently. You'd think I'd remember that. I feel like maybe there was. But you know what else I forgot, Sue? Is the book within a book thing going on. Or it's not really a book within a book, but the story within the story. Totally forgot about that until I reread it. And in fact, I so much forgot about that. I like sat there for a couple of minutes and was like, am I reading the right book? And Christina says, Coda. And Jamie says, I got to page 370 in 11/22/63. It's going much faster since yesterday's Sources of Chinese Tradition. Was that a chapter in the book? Almost any fiction feels easy now by comparison. Oh no. Oh no. I'm guessing that was a slog moment. And Glenda says, hello, Nicole. Congrats on getting to 1K subscribers. Thank you, Glenda. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. And it's Leslie. That is so funny. I was just talking to my friend about this series Sanditon. Yeah, like I have seen this book around and I have heard people mention it, but like guys, tell me the details. Like it sounds like it recently came out. I haven't looked it up. Like where did this come from? Like why is this all of a sudden like a thing? Anyone know? And no Colin Firth. Yeah, it's not worth it. And Coda gives a heart to Christina and says hello to Glinda and Jamie. And Leslie says, congrats. Thank you, Leslie. Jaleesa says, I love that garlic sauce too. Yes. See, you know what I'm talking about. You know what? Oh, lemon juice in it as well. Yeah, probably. I'm sure there's like other subtle flavors. Oh, it's so good. Garlic whip, guys. There's a name for it. I'll try and remember to look it up at some point what the actual Lebanese name is for it. Chef's kiss. Delightful. And Christina says, welcome to Foxing Border. Yes. And welcome to Melinda. And Melinda, I know, has a channel, and I watch her channel, and I love Melinda and how she does her channel. Like, I don't know why, I just love people who just go and they just talk, and they're just like, yeah, it's like having a conversation with a person where, like, I as the channel Mild Rumpus said, like, I have to edit so that you guys can see complete sentences. Like, that's my life. And Stargazer says 44 pages, easy beginner's mystery read, simple. Okay. Well, simple sometimes isn't bad, especially as it gets later at night. Sometimes simple is required. And Rachel says, "Oh, hi, Simmons. Hey, Coda." And Kiana saying hello to Glenda. And Vargas says, also my first ever. Really? Oh, wow. Well, welcome. Welcome, welcome. And I hope you can come back either to mine or somebody's. Sprints are great, guys. And you're reading When the World Screamed. Oh, by Arthur Conan Doyle. I think it's that one because I'm reading it in Spanish and the title is totally different. Yeah. That can sometimes throw you off. And then you're like, well, it's the title that's not even close because they've changed it to make sense. Because sometimes you end up with really crazy things if you don't change titles and translations. And Rachel says, got caught up looking for stuff for this next novel. Ooh, what stuff? Let us know. And Rachel's saying hi to Kiana and hi to Miss Adrian. And Rachel is saying, Vargas, welcome, welcome. And Leslie says, tonight I'm going to make a dent in the reformatory. I've just reached chapter 17. How is that going, Leslie? I think you were talking about it the other day. Either you or somebody else was talking about it the other day. I know a lot of people are reading it right now. Kiana says hello to Rachel. Yep, it's Rachel. Yep, you're right. And hello to Adrian. And hello to Rachel. Thanks. And Kathy says, I'm reading The Librarian of Auschwitz for my first read. I'm participating in Ramathon, and my team's bonus color is blue, and I've been dying to read this. Well, that works out really well. How is it so far? Or have you started it yet? And Rachel says, Bookception. Yes, you laugh, but there is some of that going on. In fact, there was another book that I read recently that had that going on too. But Frankenstein, yeah, little known fact, like you will definitely feel like you're in Inception because there's so many books within a stories within a story within a story that I was like, I'm trapped in the lower levels and I'm never getting back out. Somebody spin a top quickly. And Stargazer says, Leslie, that's a big one. I sent it back to the library twice. Do you enjoy it? Oh, really? Is it big? I guess I haven't actually seen the book. I didn't realize that it was a really long book. How long is it? And it's nonfiction, right? And Sandra said the second English edition of Frankenstein was published on August 11th, 1823 in 2 volumes. Oh, okay. See, you know what? I was really lazy when I read Frankenstein this time. I didn't pause to see which version I had because I do know that there's 2 different versions of it. So that's interesting. Interesting. You learn a little something every day. And Christina says hi to Rachel. And Sandra says to Kathy, that sounds like a dramatic, sad, and probably a great read. I've done a lot of reading and research on the Holocaust. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah, it does sound like I don't know much about the book, but just the title alone is telling me it's going to be a deep read. Oh, and the garlic sauce is called Tomb, right? It's pronounced Tomb, very similar to the TOMB. Um, oh yeah. Thank you, Kathy. Yeah, see, you know about that garlic sauce too. Jamie says, haha, no, Sources of Chinese Tradition was good. Just on the harder end of nonfiction. Oh, it was a different book. Okay. I was thinking that was like a chapter within 11/22/63, and I was like, what happened in the middle of that book? Okay. But it was a nonfiction. You spaced out those sorts of books so they don't feel too sloggy. Yep, I'll do the same thing. But yeah, okay. Yeah, I could see that. Any book would feel easier after Sources of Chinese Tradition. That sounds like a tricky book for sure. Vargas said, I got to read 58 pages. Oh, wow. You're doing awesome. I'm almost at 50% of the book. Nice. And Christina said, Sanditon was what she was working on in the months before she died. And supposedly it was unfinished, but they decided to make it a show in 2019. Huh, okay. So when they printed it, did they finish the print edition, or did they just publish it with no ending and just see the show if you wanna know what happened from there? And Christina says, "Welcome to Vargas." And Sue says, "There are 3 volumes. I'm reading the original 1818 uncensored edition." Yeah. Have you figured out what's uncensored? Would that be a spoiler? I mean, don't share it if it's a spoiler, but I've always wondered that, like, what was censored, what was uncensored, and Mary Shelley's life, man, crazy stuff. Leslie says, "The Stargater, I would enjoy it more than I am. It's just my schedule this month has been crazy, so I've had to put it down and pick it up quite a bit." Yeah, and that can really slow down a book and change the feel of it. Hello, Teresa. How are you? And Teresa said, "Hi, sorry I missed this. I just didn't think you would be on this late." Oh, no, I'll still be here for a while, Teresa. I'm working on finishing Doom, and I'm not there yet. So, did I say Doom? Dune, Dune with an N. So I will probably be here until midnight. So if you would like to join, you are not too late. We only did one sprint so far. And Christina says, and the Colin Firth comment was what I was thinking about watching. Not Salt and Broom. Okay, that is not a movie yet, though the Jane Eyre sounds good too. Yeah. I've seen quite a few of the Jane Eyre editions, movie adaptations, and I really like the one. Um, Okay, I like the one with the guy who played James Bond, but I also like the one with the guy who's, like, got longer brown hair, and he is, like, the craziest Mr. Rochester ever, but it was perfect. I loved it. I was like, "Wow, you really are insane." Kinda makes a little more sense in the book. And Dante Berry says, "I'm currently reading We Had to Remove This Post." Is that the name of the book? We Had to Remove This Post? Or you're currently reading and you had to remove a post? I'm a little confused. But hello, welcome. I don't think I've seen you in the chat before, so thank you for sharing what you're reading. And Rachel says, primarily, I was looking at names to see if something I was thinking of already exists. Because I forgot to write a whole chunk of a chapter, and now I'm trying to carefully fill it in so it reads smoothly. Oh boy. Well, good luck with that. And Dante says, "Well, going to start now." Okay, well, very good. Gonna start reading now. Sounds good. And Kathy says to Sandra, "Yeah, I have a lineup of teas, a blanket, and lots of tissues ready to go." Oh no. And no, I haven't started yet. I'm starting tomorrow. Okay. Sounds good. Well, you've got your little like sphere of comfort ready for you. And Stargater says to Leslie, "That's why I sent it back. I want the time to enjoy. Thanks and best wishes as you continue." Yeah, no, that makes sense. Some books you got to be prepared. And Leslie says the reformatory is fiction and horror. Oh, it's 565 pages. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I thought based on the cover that it looked more horror to me, but I wasn't thinking for sure that it was. Interesting. And I did not realize it was so long. Christina said the last episode was in 2023. I did not watch all of it, so not sure. Rachel said, "The plus side is that I found a much better name for the sister's love interest." Yay! Well, that is an upshot. Silver lining. We love it. It's also lets me add a very relevant. Oh, okay, spicy scene. I was like, what? Okay, see, Rachel, if you've seen some of these episodes, some of these smaller figures end up being things that they don't seem like they are. But that one definitely looks like a chili pepper to me. So correct me if it's not. Sue said, "No, I haven't figured it out yet. Um, you've never read it before." Oh, that's right. You did say that. Yeah. And I don't think my edition told me what was like censored later on. Kiana, when I worked retail, I checked ID for a woman named Mary Shelley, but hers was spelled Shelley. Ah, well, still, that would be fun to be like, "Oh, I'm Mary Shelley." I wonder how many people would actually like get that reference. Like that she would meet. Christina says, "Yes, perfect description of that Mr. Rochester." I know, wasn't he like, and then when like he was in the attic and he like kisses her and he's like, "Ah," I just love that. Like, I just loved it. I just loved it. And Dante says, am I pronouncing your name correctly? Dante, or is it Duante? I feel like there's like an extra sound in there that I'm missing. The book is actually called We Had to Remove This Post. Okay, okay, that's what I figured based on it, but then I second guessed myself. Jaleesa, yeah, the reformatory is thick and not an easy read, at least not for me. I put it down halfway and need to get back to it. Fair enough. And Rachel says, nope, you are correct. Okay. And Vargas, I'm getting so many books from the chat. I know. That yes, that will happen to you. Yes, we will chat in your TBR list. I have my pieces of paper and pen ready because yeah, this is where I have been getting my book recommendations of late. And Jaleesa says, "Yay, Vargas, don't you love it?" Yeah, exactly. So much fun. And Kiana says, I was like, oh my gosh, you're Mary Shelley. And she said, not a lot of people made that connection. Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking. Like, that would be kind of a safe name because it would come up over the course of your life, but probably not frequently. So it wouldn't be one of those like annoying name combinations. And that must have been intentional on her parents' part, don't you think? Vargas, Mr. Rochester looked so good in that one. The one with the guy with the long hair who was like kind of crazy, or the Timothy Dalton one, right? It was Timothy Dalton. Was that the other one? Is that the one that you're thinking of, Vargas? And Christina says, I really love finding others that love those too. Finding my peeps. Yay! And I love that the little smiley faces look like peeps. And Leslie says Sanditon was published as an unfinished work, and two separate authors have published their own versions of the book since then. Okay, okay, okay. I enjoyed the short running series. It only had 3 or 4 seasons. Oh, interesting. And it was on PBS. Another good place to go for classic movie adaptations. Christina says it's now on Prime. Oh. We're learning all the things. And Vargas says to Jaleesa, I do. It's so fun, as if I don't have hundreds of books to read already. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, the crazy hair guy. Yes, yes. I just loved him. I had a friend who really likes the Timothy Dalton version, but I was like, I think that's because you haven't seen the crazy hair guy one. Like, he's just like, takes it to a whole nother level. And Kiana says it was her married name. Oh, okay. Okay. And you met Edward Murphy too. You meet all the people with all the names. That's funny. I love that. And Christina says Dalton is one of them. There is maybe, yeah, there's a ton of versions of Jane Eyre. Like, I swear everyone's done one twice. And Jaleesa says to Vargas, laugh out loud, I call it our collective delusional TBR. It never decreases. I love I love that name, Jaleesa. Yeah, the delusional TBR. It's just getting longer and longer. And there's that one guy, who wrote that book, 1001 Books to Read Before You Die. I'm pretty sure we all have a way longer TBR than that. His was like for beginners. That's what that one was. And hello, Courtney. How are you? Thanks for jumping on. Good to see you. What are you reading? Are you going to stay and read with us? We're about to start another sprint. Vargas says you haven't seen the other one, but you will. The Timothy Dalton one is really good. I feel like it's probably the best version of kind of what we expect. Um, Staying very like within the script, if you will. But I mean, if you've seen the Crazy Hair Guy one, Kiana says, I still need to read some Jane Austen. Yeah, she's a fan favorite of a lot of people. Christina says, I always prefer the ones that have different episodes rather than the movie versions. They are closer to the book. Yeah, I tend to like the ones that are like super long too, because I agree. A lot of the books are like long, and if it's just like a quick movie, you miss so much. Like if you do Jane Eyre and you don't do some of her childhood, it's no longer a Bildungsroman. What are you doing? And Kiana is saying hello to Courtney, as is Jaleesa. And Vargas is saying to Jaleesa, you're so right. My TBR has a couple thousand. Right, right, exactly. And Courtney says, I'm about to go to bed, long work day, and I'm not feeling well. Oh no, you're still not feeling well? Like feeling like worse from the same thing or something else? I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better, but thanks for popping on. And Jaleesa says, "Me too, Kiana. I sigh in shame because I never read any Jane Austen. Ah, there's plenty of time, we hope." And Courtney says hello to Kiana, Jaleesa, and Christina. All right, very good. And with that, we are going to go into our next sprint so we can all get back to our wonderful books. So, hope you all have some little snacks and pillows and blankets and whatever you need, but don't get too cozy or you'll fall asleep with your book on you. All right, let me reset our timer here. We'll do another 45 minutes, and I will see you after the sprint. Happy reading. Well, welcome back. How did your sprint go? Mine went well again. I read another 28 pages and I just have 10 pages left. So super exciting. Dune is going well, though definitely some shocks. I don't know. Yeah, interesting. I'm going to be very curious to see how this all ends and comes about. Coda, if you're still in here, are you almost done? Did you already finish? I wasn't like really seeing people mention it much after like last week. Let's see where we were in the comments. Let's see. When we left, Courtney was saying how she wasn't feeling well. And so Kiana said that she hopes she feels better. Jaleesa was saying, take care of yourself, Courtney, sending virtual hugs with the mask on. Yes, definitely. Yeah, we're hoping that you feel better, Courtney. Christina says hi. Vargas says, so, yeah, getting back to the sad part. So, how'd the rest of it go, Vargas? Was it still sad? Did it get happier? Better? Or did you like just go back into reading it and cry? Like, and Rachel says, don't get too cozy. Yeah, you can't tell me what to do. You're not my dad. Yeah, exactly. Okay, get super cozy or do what you want. I don't know. And Courtney says, I think I need a good night's sleep. Insomnia the last 3 nights. Yeah, you mentioned that you haven't been sleeping well. Yeah, and that'll really mess you up. Well, we hope you have a good night's sleep. You're probably already gone and sleeping, hopefully. And Christina says, sleep well, Courtney, and feel better. Yes. Hope you sleep well, Courtney. Yeah. Good wishes to you. And Christina says, think I'm heading off to leaving you up, maybe back, but need to be further from the screen. Yeah. Oh, fighting a headache. Yeah. Yeah, love you all. And just in case, thanks for the sprints, Nicole. Happy reading. Thanks, Christina. Yeah, if you're off at a distance, I totally get that. I can't even talk about it longer than that, or it'll give me a headache. But yeah, but if you left, I hope you have a wonderful night and good rest as well, Christina. And Glinda also says, feel better, Courtney and Christina. Good night to you both. Yes, yes, yes. And Jessica, how are you, this Kiwi? Jessica is also a YouTuber. There are a lot of YouTubers on this channel, and she posted her video. Was it your most recent video, Jessica? I don't remember, but she has a video where she's putting together like a new book cart, which was like that was an epic book cart too. It's like multiple tiers, like 4 or 5. And she's also like cleaning and moving around a bookshelf. And yeah, it I'm not even gonna spoil it for you. Just go watch the video. I laughed, I cried, I felt for you there, Jessica. And Jessica says, Nicole, binge reading Icebreaker right now. Oh, okay. Really enjoying it so far. Pretty brainless, but that seems to be part of the fun of it. But from tomorrow, I will start reading Dorian Gray. I know. Yeah, Dorian Gray. Yeah. So if you guys don't all know, in March, Jessica is one of the co hosts. She and I, along with two Alexes, Alex at Frank Fiction and Alex at Alex Black Reads, are hosting a Dorian Gray read along for the month of March. So we will be reading Dorian Gray in March. It's sort of a read at your own pace, but there is a read along on Storygraph for it that I did, and you can go to any of our pages and find the links and announcement videos. So we'll be commenting there as we read through the book, and each of us on our sprints will be talking about it. So I am going to be reading Dorian Gray only during our sprints. So starting with Alex Black, no, yeah, Alex Black reads. She has sprints on Sundays, so I will start Dorian Gray on Sunday. Um, and yeah, and Jessica's saying she's even more excited for that. I am too. I have never read The Picture of Dorian Gray. And Jessica said, also bought a new book with my grandma today called Anna Oh, very nice. Is that the one that is Anna Karenina retelling? Is that what that one is, Jessica? Let me know. Let me know, because I feel like it is. And Coda says good night to Christina. Feel better. Yep. And Jamie is on page 451 in 112263 now. Very good. Making good progress, Jamie. Sophia, hey, how are you? Sophia says, hi guys, I read a chapter of Cytonic by Brandon Sanderson. Oh, how are you liking that, Sophia? I have heard very mixed, sometimes I hated it, reviews of that book. I haven't read any Brandon Sanderson, but I hear about that book a lot. Jaleesa says 36 pages of Cinderella is dead now at the 67% mark. Very nice. You're reading that very quickly. Kathy said, still cleaning. Well, it's got to happen. So at least you have company while you do it, Kathy. Cleaned the dining room and the bathroom. And so now 50% done. Ooh, that's not bad. Not being able to escape into fantasy land and having to adult sucks when all you want to do is read. I totally agree, Kathy. But maybe you can watch YouTube videos while we sprint or something, or have an audiobook that you can put on. But it doesn't always work for me with the audiobook and reading, because sometimes the files are too big and I can't get it on my phone, and I don't want to carry my laptop around from room to room. Leslie says, in the middle of chapter 18, I just realized you're reading Dune. Oh, I still haven't read Dune yet, but my daughter has read 3 of the books so far, and she seems to enjoy the series. Yeah, my husband has been wanting me to read Dune for ages, and he read all the ones that were only by Frank Herbert. So however many that is, I think 6, something like that, 5. I don't know. And Vargas says, I don't know if happier. Yeah, I know. I thought about that after I said that. I'm in the second to last chapter. Ooh, and you're not understanding them. It's like a weird jump in time. Oh, weird. Okay. Yeah, I've had books do that to me before, where all of a sudden it's like we jumped to some point later in time, not clear where. Well, I hope it clears up and ends well in the last 2 chapters. Jessica said, yeah, my most recent. Okay, yeah, go watch. Yeah. And your faces, Jessica, throughout that, you would just stop and be like, seriously? Like, uh, oh my gosh. Yeah, I just felt for you. And Vargas says, but the book has been good. Good. Jessica said, I don't think so. Oh, okay. So not about Anna Karenina. It's about a doctor that is trying to wake up a woman from a 4-year coma. Oh, yep. Nope, not Anna Karenina at all. But also investigating a multi-murder case associated with her. Oh, yeah, definitely not Anna Karenina. But there is an Anna Karenina retelling. Maybe it's Anna K, which would make a lot more sense. But I thought maybe the book wasn't going right on the nose. And Sophia said, I'm enjoying Cytonic. It definitely feels more YA for Brandon Sanderson. Yeah, because I think it is YA, isn't it? Or maybe not. But I think that's why I might like the series. Oh, they're page turners. Nice. Have you read any other Brandon Sanderson, Sophia? That you're saying that you maybe prefer this one? And also, you guys definitely make me want to pick up Dorian Gray. Yeah, do it. You definitely should. I mean, if you've ever thought about it, Dorian Gray with friends, you can leave your thoughts on each chapter in the story graph, which is super fun to see what other people's comments are and stuff are as you read through the book. Highly recommend. Highly recommend. Yeah, Vargas, you should also join us. Yep, it would be lots of fun. My copy is somewhere here. My little TBR card's over here. You can't see it. It's off screen, but yeah. And Jessica's also yes, join us. Yes, do. Um, all right. So we're coming up on 11:30. I am for sure going to finish. I was like, what am I reading? I'm for sure going to be finishing Dune on this next sprint. So the question is, how long do you guys want to go? Do you want to go for 45 minutes, or do we want to do a full hour? I'm feeling pretty good, surprisingly, because I'm definitely drinking sleepy time tea, which I thought was going to be a mistake, but it seems to be working out. So let me know, 45 minutes or an hour sprint. Which do we prefer? And Sophia says, I read Mistborn, and I think for me it was a bit dense or long, even though I enjoyed the story. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, yeah. And that's interesting because Mistborn isn't even as long as The Way of Kings. So I could definitely see how if that one was feeling too long, you don't want to go to one of his even longer ones. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying Cytonic though. And Jamie says an hour would be good for Jamie. And Julie says, got through 30 pages of The Woman in White. That's enough for me. Looking forward to your next sprint. Might go wild and comment again. You're so funny, Julie. And excited for Dorian Gray. Nice. Yeah, I am too. I can't wait. I've heard, yeah, really interesting things about it. I feel like it's going to be like a trip and a half. And Leslie says an hour sounds good. Okay, that's two for an hour. Jessica says any. I have a family dinner, leaving you up for the hours. Oh, thanks. Enjoy your dinner, Jessica. Sounds like you'll be gone by the time we get back. And Leslie says, I might need to make coffee for tonight. No, don't do that, Leslie. That'll ruin your sleep for sure. Okay, well, it seems like the hour is the way to go. So I think I have, like I said, maybe 10 pages left in this. And then I was going to read the back of Mansfield Park to see if this is the other Jane Austen that I've read. And then I'm going to get out my 3 books from March of the Mammoth to see which one of those I want to start. And then I'm going to see which of those I can find an audiobook on, because so far none of them. In fact, I'm missing one of my March of the Mammoths because my son is reading it. So he decided he wanted to read Once an Eagle as well. So now we're going to share the book, but we'll see how that sharing goes. But he was like, I'll start it early. Okay. But it must be a pretty fast read because I do feel like the print is really big and that it's got decent sized margins because he looks like he's a good like 100 or 200 pages into it. And he only started reading it, well, maybe he started reading it on Monday. And he's a fast reader, guys. Like I've tried to read like the same page of like something, like a letter or whatever, as him. I can't keep up. He's like turning the pages and I'm like, I'm still on paragraph 2. What are you doing? Anyway, and Sue says, read a couple of chapters but now watching Ghosts. Ooh, scary. I can't do scary things, Sue, so enjoy your ghost. All right, I'm going to go ahead and start our timer. I'm going to switch it so that we have an hour, as some people liked. All us night owls here doing super late nights with Nicole. That's what I should have called it. All right, let me reset this and then adjust it so we have our hour. There we go. Let me switch it. All right, I will see you guys in an hour. Happy reading. Okay, welcome back. How did that sprint treat you guys? I finished Dune, so that was super exciting. And yeah, I have some interesting thoughts on the end. I'm still trying to decide how I really felt about some of the very, very last sentences and last moments and the last sentence. Um, I felt like it kind of pulled me back and forth as to whether things went well there or not. So yeah, so I finished Dune. I updated my reading journal, which is over there. And then I got out myself a nice pile of books, including one book that I really haven't mentioned at all during February, but that was on my TBR, which is Hanta Yo by Ruth Bebe Hill. And so I wanted to look at this book some more because I'm clearly not going to get to it in February since February's over now. Happy March. But anyway, so I was trying to decide if I wanted to read this. And then what did I read about it? The very first thing I read, I just typed in the name because I was just trying to look up more about the author. And it turns out I think this is the only book that she read. But then what's the first thing I found was a random website called Nebraska Authors that literally just talks about authors from Nebraska. But then the key words for her were Nebraska author controversy. And I was like, no, don't don't tell me. And sure enough, this book apparently was extremely controversial from the moment it came out. So Hanta Yo is supposed to be following the Dakota tribe. This book came out, I think, in the 60s or 70s. Apparently to not very mass acclaim. It came out basically at around the same time as Alex Haley's Roots, and I guess was considered like the Dakota Indian tribe Native American version of Roots, except people were like, except it wasn't written by a Native American. It was written by a random white woman from Nebraska. No, maybe she wasn't even from Nebraska. That part was very odd too, and I didn't understand that. And apparently some people were like, no, this book is horrible. And other people are like, including other Native Americans, are like, no, it's okay, it's fine. Like, I guess she's supposed to be very respectful in it. But then they were like, yeah, but she apparently did some research, but then mostly went with her sentiment of like, oh, yeah, they must have lived a really interesting primitive life and kind of wrote from there. And nobody liked it. And if you've seen my TBR for February, I've been reading The Confessions of Nat Turner, and why did this sound like the Native American version of it? And I was like, no, I'm not doing another project right now. Like, so I was trying to decide whether to unhaul that book because I do generally have a rule that if I get a book on my TBR and I don't read it, I have to make a decision to either unhaul it or to put it back on my bookshelf. But I can't just let it float forever in the never land of I don't know what I'm doing with this book. I'm unhauling that book. I can't do another like book project about like what are you really saying about people. So yeah, I don't even remember how I heard of that book. I think it was another channel that did that's really into like historical fiction. But now that I think about it, that channel, the people who made that channel are not from the US. So it might not have occurred to them that there may be things off about the Native American history in there. I don't know. I don't know if there is or not, but I'm not getting into it. So, how did your spring go? Let's go to the comments and find out. All right, we left off, and Sue was saying that she was had read a couple of chapters and was watching Ghost. Very nice. Leslie told us all happy reading. Thank you, Leslie. And Jamie, hey, Jamie, how are you doing? And Jamie said, hello, congrats on the 1K. Thank you very much. And glad you're going to be able to hang out for a bit. Nice. Reading Jane Eyre. Wonderful. Is this a first time read, a reread? I read Jane Eyre ages ago. I want to say in middle school. I had a friend in middle school who really loved Jane Eyre and convinced me to read it. And I really enjoyed it then. I have to say, I enjoyed it, not surprisingly, even more now as an adult. Crazy thought that that might be. So I hope you're enjoying it, Jamie. Vargas said, I have to go, but I'll be back for another sprint. Oh, okay. So maybe it was just a temporary going. I'm 20 pages away from the finishing the book. Oh my gosh, you had to stop then? That's torture. And Sophia reading. Ooh, I like that you added that part to your name. I've been wanting to read Dorian Gray for a while, so I just ordered a copy so I can join you guys. Yay! How exciting! Also reading to my name. So also added reading to my name so I'm a bit more recognizable over on Storygraph. Oh, I didn't even think about that. That's a great idea. I was gonna say I noticed that right away and I was like, no, that's definitely Sophia's little image there. So I was wondering where the reading idea. That's a good idea. Okay, now I'll be able to connect. Very cool. Very cool. Well, I'm excited to be reading with you, Sophia. And Vargas said, happy sprint to everyone and good night. Yeah. And good night to you too, Vargas, if you are able to make it back. And I did put that in the chat too. So hopefully Vargas saw before they left. And Rachel says, I showered. Very nice, Rachel. Now you smoke it. And went right to reworking this recent bit of writing so it's better organized. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. Sounds like you're keeping it moving. Jamie said, I got to 83% in my audiobook of the, let's try that again. In my audio of the book of Cold Cases by Simon St. James. Should finish that one in less than an hour. Very nice. Did you finish? Did you finish? We're in suspense. At least I'm in suspense. Everybody else in the comments has probably already read it. And Kiana said, took a shower just like Rachel and got to page 122. Very nice. Leslie, I haven't heard of Hantayo. Yeah, I hadn't either until gosh, I don't want to say who I think recommended it because I really have no idea at this point. But I know it was a book. Like I was looking for recommendations of historical fiction, and I realized that I tended to like historical fiction that wasn't based on wars, but just based on other things. And so this one that's supposed to be on the Dakota tribe, I thought, oh yeah, look, um, BIPOC, rep. Yeah, yeah, it's questionable. And Leslie says, I finally reached chapter 21. Very nice. Jamie says, made it to page 554 of Jane Eyre. Okay, so you're well into it. I'd ask where Jane is at this point because that would help me figure out where you are, but that might be a spoiler to some people. And Sophia said, read another chapter of Cytonic. Nice. See, it's nice to have you on now, Sophia, because usually you're working on like art projects. So it's pretty cool that you get to read with us this time. And Jaleesa said, made it to 77%, 40 pages of Cinderella is Dead. Nice. It didn't feel like I read that much. I may end up finishing in another hour and a half. Yay! High five. That's cool. I love when that happens, when you don't feel like you're making any special progress, but special progress is happening. And Jamie says, I also logged my last two books for girl bands. Yay! Since they are both well over 50% done now. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that was the part of the rule. I don't trust my internet to let me log them late in the night. It keeps not working for hours late at night. Yeah, I know what you mean. Where like internet can get spotty and that kind of thing. Yeah, and you'll definitely finish them. So Rachel says that things that aren't necessarily accurate can still serve to garner curiosity from the general public. Yes, that is absolutely true. Legit 1998 Mulan made teeny me want to know about ancient China. By 2000, I knew everything. Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. So, and it's not so much that I'm worried that, like, this isn't like 100% correct. Because, like I said, it did mention in the thing that some Native Americans aren't happy with the portrayals in here and that others don't have that issue. So it seems like even within the Native American community that people go back and forth about it. I think for me it was more like I don't want to do the work because I'm already doing the work with another book and there are other books that I can read where I won't have to think about it. Because I'm the type of person that would want to know. Like I would want to know, like, oh, how accurate this is. Like, it would it would garner my interest. And I already have one book that's garnered my interest, and I'm down the rabbit trail. And Rachel says historians did about the Qin dynasties and started devouring the Dynasty. Oh, I'm assuming that was did that. Interesting. And Jamie says, first time read of Jane Eyre for me, listening to the audiobook narrated by Thandi Newton, and she's fantastic. Awesome. That sounds great. And that's such a good book to listen to on audiobook. Like I would just imagine, just because it's that first person voice. And so if you've got somebody doing a good job of like really performing that reading of Jane Eyre, I could definitely see how an audiobook that would work well. And Rachel said, "And now I'm just a local nerd." You're just a local nerd with like your 2000 years of history there. That's funny. And Jamie said, very excited that I got my copy of Dorian Gray yesterday. Yay. I picked up the Modern Library edition. Thanks for your advice on various editions. You're welcome, Jamie. Yeah, I hope you like it. I really think that they have a really nice hand feel, and they tend to be like, I don't think I have any close by, but they tend to be like nice and on the floppy side, really good in the hands. And like I said, like they tend to use a larger font, so sometimes their books are a little bit thicker than some other editions, but they tend to use thinner paper as well, so I never find it's rare that I have a modern library that's like a huge edition, but I just find they make really good books. So I'm glad you got your copy. I hope you enjoy it. And what is my copy of Rand Gray? Mine's is a Barnes& and Noble Classics. I feel like Barnes& and Noble, Classics, they also have nice font and nice on page, um, and their books are a little stiffer than the Modern Library. See? It's not super floppy. Um, but they're usually my second favorite after Modern Library Classics. I mean, not top favorite, but in terms of if I'm doing a paperback and it's a book that's in English. Anyway, Leslie says, your reading experience reminds me of a show I started watching with Jill Scott. It's called Number One Lady Detective Agency. Yes, I have heard of that book. That's based on a book. I've found out it was based on a book series. Yep, only to find out it's written. Oh no, cliffhanger. Oh, here we go. By a white author. But the books and show take place in Botswana. Yeah, that was a book that had a lot of controversy around it as well, because people were kind of like, how's does this work? And I think that's always a really good question to ask. Like, is this working? Because we can't go and say you can't write. I mean, we could go and say you can't write outside what you know, but then where would we be? Like, there'd be no Mr. Rochester and Jane Eyre because clearly Charlotte Bronte was not a man, but she wrote a man's perspective. And there are women, right? Agatha Christie with Perot, who write in a male character, right? So there needs to be some balance in there. And I think it's always interesting to try and figure out with individual books, like, did a writer do a good job with what they tried to portray? And Sue says, only read 2 chapters, but I should finish tonight. Yay. I fed the cats, went on to Goodreads giveaway site, and had a couple of junior mints. Ooh, I haven't had junior mints in forever. Sue, I feel like I've forgotten about them or haven't gone trick or treating in a while, but that sounds great. I love those. And Kiera, yeah, Kiera, which book will you be starting with this month? I'm leaning towards either Roots or Forever Amber, and you can't make up her mind. Yeah, I'm going to talk about that in a moment, Kiera. So I'll come back to that. But nice. So you're either going to do Roots or Forever Amber. Are you going to try and do fit both of them in? Because you said either, or are you just trying to choose between one or the other? And Leslie says, I wanted to read the series, but I don't like reading books that are not written as own voices. Yeah, they can get really tricky, Leslie. And I'm definitely talking about that in my review of Nat Turner, is that, you know, one of the things that book did was help me figure out how I want to find that line. Because I think it is a line. Like, at what point, and I think it's an individual choice too. Like, at what point does own voices matter? And who does it matter to, and should it matter to us all, and that kind of thing. Yeah, it's an interesting conversation in reading. And Jamie says, agreed. She's amazing. She's so good with all the voices, even the men. I forget it's just one woman talking. Yeah, some people with audiobooks are amazing. Men, women, they like do all the voices, young, old, da da da, and you're like just lost in thought. So, okay. So I need your guys' help real quick. I see Kira has a comment here. Yes, I would like to read both this month. Awesome. So, okay. So I was playing around with my mammoth books. I have 3 of them here. So I have the Garden of Seven Twilights, which, guys, I was looking through this book. I don't know what I've gotten myself into. So this this is the book that is sort of like a sci-fi dystopian slashed with the Decameron, which is like stories within a story. There is, amongst many other things, a tree of tales because there are stories within this story. Um, and I mean, talk about Inception. Like, this is literally like a family tree of all the stories that are told in this story, going from day 1 to day 7. And then there's also uh, to the non-specialist reader, which is definitely going to be B. But then I'm like, is this an introduction, so I shouldn't read it because they're going to spoil the book? Or is this like, Nicole, you're not a specialist and we're going to talk about things, so you need to read this? Or is this actually the beginning of the story? Because I couldn't quite tell. So I need your help. Should I read the the to the non-specialist reader? I feel like I should. And to give you context, after the to the non-specialist reader, which by the way is like 4 or 5 pages long and is put out by the author, there's also a general bibliography that he used to write the book, and then the book starts. But then, before, there's also one extra page somewhere that I think I skipped over. Oh, yeah, there's also the editor's notes that explains that they use a little bracketing system to help guide you from when the story goes to within a story or when it comes from within a story back out of the story. Didn't we just talk about Bookception? This is it. This is Bookception. And I've chosen to read it in March. So that's an option. Or like Kira, I could read Forever Amber, which is supposed to be a much faster, funner, larger print read. So I've heard this is a pretty like easy, straightforward one, very fast pace. I'm kind of thinking that I should save this for like after I read one of the other books so that I'm like, okay, yay, fun, just happy little romance. Like, I feel like I'm going to need this like at some point this month. So I feel like this is like a lifeline, call a friend kind of situation. Everybody who has left a comment on Forever Amber has said that it's like a super fast, easy read, but a real good time. So I'm thinking that should be maybe like the second book I read this month. And then, surprise book, I'm also adding Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell to my TBR for March because, I'm already 3,000 pages in. What's another 1,000? Yeah, I don't know how this is going to work, but I'm buddy reading this with Coda. And I know from reading it before that this read kind of slow, and I don't think I'm going to be able to get hold of the audiobook. And in case you didn't know, I don't know if you'll be able to see it, there are footnotes in this book. There's also pictures, which is nice, but not a lot. So, yeah, so I could start this. I think I mentioned my son has my copy of On an Eagle, so I'm going to push that off until later this month. So, my 3 choices are one of these 3 books. But I really feel like I said, I really feel like I should put this book off. But should I get going with Bookception to like I don't know what to do. I don't really know what to do. If you want, I can read like the first paragraph in each book or something to you guys. I don't know. Let's see. Feedback, please. Jamie says, "Yikes." Yeah, I know. Like, not only is it a mammoth, like, what am I about to read? Yeah, all the books are huge. Yeah, I'm doing March of the Mammoth, Leslie, so it's all about reading books that are all over 800 pages. So they're all over 800 pages. That, and they're also all oversized books because this is Dorian Gray, which is trade paperback size. So I guess Jonathan Strange is just a little bit taller, but comparatively, The Garden of Seven Twilights is not only long, it's also like words going across here. It's taller. The print is an okay size, but definitely smaller than Dorian Gray. So we'll see how that goes. And Leslie says, that reminds me of House of Leaves. Yeah, true, right? Stories within a story. Yeah. And Sophia says, this might be a side tangent, but I wish every book had a family tree character list. Yeah, because I forget people and how they relate to the plot all the time, and I keep my own list for each book. No, I think that's so true. I love every time I open a book and there's a family tree. I'm like, yes. Unless they give away like spoilers, because I have seen that where they're like, "Oh, this is so and so who marries blah 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 later in the book." And I'm like, I mean, I guess I would have figured that out from the family tree, but geez. And Jamie said, I really enjoyed Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell. The audio was great. Yeah, I've heard really good things about the audio. Um, Jonathan Strange was one of the most frequently commented on books in one of my last videos, that and Lonesome Dove. But I didn't pick Lonesome Dove for this month, and Coda and I had already agreed to read this, so that's how it's going to be read. And Jamie said, oh, I already read your comment, Jamie. The other Jamie said, I vote for, I vote for Bookception. I really want to hear how that goes. Thanks, Jamie. Thanks. Those are tomes, yes. Okay, anybody else have any thoughts? Because so far I have one vote for Bookception. Shall I do it? Shall we start it tonight? Because that's the end of the comments. I can go ahead and start and let you know how Bookception starts going. I mean, it's already a crazy story. Like, it's 2025. Barcelona has been um, has is going to be hit with an atomic bomb. Most of the rest of the major cities in the world have already been hit with an atomic bomb. And but the people of Barcelona get warned so they can escape. And the narrator, who's a 35-year-old man, somehow gets invited out to a luxurious mansion in the countryside where him and a few other strangers are invited to hang out and like rest until the atomic cloud, I guess, the acid rain passes by and things settle down. And while they're there, they start telling stories, and nobody really even knows what started the fighting, let alone the bombing. But these people start sharing stories with one another and stories within stories, apparently. Oh no, is this going to be Dune again? And and yeah, I don't know. It's a weird story, so I'm kind of excited and scared. And Sophia says maybe they should have character lists that update with each chapter so there's no spoilers. I had just recently thought that too, Sophia, and I totally agree because that would have saved me in that other book because they totally ruined a marriage for me. I won't even tell you what book because that would ruin it for you. And Jaleesa said, I'm with Jamie Bookception. Do it, you want to. I do kind of want to. It does sound pretty good. And Leslie says, yeah, I'd say get the party started and crack that bad boy open. All right, let's do it. Let's go, guys. I don't know why I'm so awake because it's 1 o'clock in the morning, but yeah, let's do another sprint. Shall we do should we do another hour or 45 minutes? This will probably, I know this will be our last sprint because I'm sprinting again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. So but either will give me a good start. So let me know what you want to do. How long should we go this last time into Bookception? If you come back and I'm just staring at the screen, it's because I'm still locked in one of the inner worlds. I mean, there's even basically a bullseye on the back here. And let's see. Stargator's laughing at Leslie. Yeah, exactly. And Teresa says, I want to hear the first paragraph of them all. Sure. I can do that. I can do that. Okay. While we wait for somebody to tell us how long we're going to sprint for next, I'll do the first paragraph of them all. Here we go. I'll start with Jonathan Strange because that was the one that was on top. And it says, some years ago, there was in the city of York a society of magicians. They met upon the third Wednesday of every month and read each other long, dull papers upon the history of English magic. Next, Forever Amber. Nice glossy cover. Ooh, I haven't seen this all the times I've opened it. There's a map. That sounded like Dora. There's a map. The map. I can tell it's getting late because I'm getting. Woo-hoo. There's also a forward. I think forwards are safe, right? I think I can read the forward. But anyway, let's start with the prologue. The small room was warm and moist. Furious blasts of thunder made the window panes rattle, and lightning seemed to streak through the room itself. No one had dared say that what each was thinking, that this storm, violent even for mid-March, must be an evil omen. Bum, bum, bum. And now for the choice winner, Bookception. What is this first chapter going to be like? This is going to be like am I going to be broken immediately? Okay, The Escape. During the first, and mind you, the entire first page is the paragraph, so I won't read you the first paragraph. I'll just read the first couple of sentences. During the first atomic strike in history, Barcelona became a hecatomb. Apart from the panic and disbelief, what was most astounding for those like myself who were able to indulge in a bit of reflection was to see the way the life of the city and the country, organization and order, the dictates of custom, all the things that ordinarily appear as obligations, collapse over the course of a few days, as if we had been living over an immense pus-filled abscess simply waiting for the touch of a lancet to make it explode. Two opposing phenomena were principal causes of the chaos. First, the starving, bleeding avalanche of Frenchmen, mostly Frenchmen, though there were Englishmen and Belgians also among them, survivors from their own countries. Interesting. Refugee Frenchmen. Okay, let's see on our time. Let me know what you thought. Which one would you pick? Leslie says an hour sounds good. Jaleesa says 45 minutes if it's our last sprint. Yep, it would be our last sprint. Otherwise, good for an hour. Sophie says, I'd say 45, especially if you're going to sprint tomorrow. You don't want to lose sleep. True, true, true. And Teresa says, the Amber one is out for me because they had the room moist. I did think that. I was like, wow, going in strong there, moist right in your first sentence. That's a polarizing word. Okay. I think that's a good point on the going tomorrow. So let's do 45 minutes so we can come back and chat for a little bit, and then we'll head out after that. So we'll have one more good sprint. Hello, Miss Virtue. Good morning from London. See, that's also a sign that we should do a shorter sprint because it's already Monday somewhere. Well, or Monday morning somewhere. Though then again, I guess it's always morning somewhere in the world if you think about it. But okay, Miss Virtue, you made it just in time. We are going to do a nice 45-minute sprint, so you can put what you're reading if you would like, and we'll get going. And I did want to, and I'm going to be asking this question all weekend while I'm sprinting, is what is your favorite type of subscriber celebration? Question and answer, live hangout, reading sprints, giveaways, something that I haven't even mentioned or thought of. Because I did mention, oh, I just realized, let me make that into a ticker for you guys. Because as I mentioned earlier, I realized that coming up pretty soon, I'm going to be hitting 2,000 subscribers eventually. And I'd like to do something for that as well. So give me ideas of, things that you guys like when when channels do. You know what I'm trying to say. Also, other reasons that we should do 45. I'm going downhill here. And Leslie said, sounds good. And Oral says, 45 minutes. Yay. Hello, Oral. I haven't seen you comment tonight. Hope you're doing well. And Jaleesa says, I enjoy a mashup of question and answer and live hangout. Okay, great. So we'll start there when we get back. So feel free to answer the question that is scrolling across the bottom of your screen there if you like. And I'm going to get our timer up for 45 minutes. And I'm going to start Bookception, and I'll let you know how that goes. Oops, I gotta fix our timer here. Work mouse. There we go. All right. I'll see you when we get back. Hello, hello. There are 11 of us left, 12 if you include me. How did your last sprint go? Mine went well. I started Bookception, as we've been calling it. So I read 10 pages, starting in the book, and I'm tabbing a couple of things that feel like I might need to come back to them, if for no other reason than I'm getting super tired. And then I also went back to the section that was called, I don't even know what it was called. It was like the note to the non-specialist reader, which I'm realizing, yeah, is really a part of the book in a weird way. So, so I'm starting that. This is gonna be a ride. Um, yeah. And I'm glad this is our last sprint because there was, I swear I was reading it slash partially daydreaming at some points, slash actually dreaming at some points with my eyes open. So yeah. Anyway, definitely bedtime for me, but that was it's gonna be an interesting book, guys. So how was your reading? How'd that last sprint go for you guys? When we left, Jaleesa, oh, because I was asking for those of you who may have joined during the sprint, and after I put the last sprint banner up, I was asking people what kind of like celebrations they like to do with YouTubers. And I'm going to write this down for like different channel celebrations. So just ideas for the future. So Jaleesa is saying she likes when there's a mashup of Q&A and live hangout, which I get. But I always kind of wonder, like, I guess it's bookish Q&A, right? Because I'm like, there's nothing personal I'm sharing, so that might not be that fun. And Glinda likes a live hangout, says that sounds fun, which it does, right? Because we do the shorter hangouts. Leslie says, a hangout sounds nice, but ultimately whatever works best for you. So sweet, Leslie. Teresa says, I like any or all of the choices. Lives are always fun, but so are Q&As, and who doesn't like giveaways? True, Teresa, true. Who does not like a good giveaway? And Jamie says, I like Jaleesa's idea of a question and answer and hangout mashup. Yeah, I do too. I think that's a really good one, Jaleesa. And Sue says, I like live hangouts. I always enjoy giveaways. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Going back to Teresa's, who doesn't like a giveaway? Sophia said, I read a bit more of Cytonic, but I think I'm going to head to bed now. Good night. Good night, Sophia. Hopefully, I'll see you another night. Hi, Vanessa. How are you? Good morning. Good late night. How are you doing? And Vanessa said, saw you were streaming, so wanted to hit the like button. Back to bed I go. Oh, that's so sweet. She popped in just to do that. And Jamie says, need to be up by 5 a.m. Yeah, wow. I have to go to bed, but you can bet I'll be checking the replay tomorrow to see how Bookception went. Thanks for this, Prince. It's going, Jamie. I mean, I don't even know what to say yet. I mean, not much has happened, right? Okay, so I will briefly just share that, okay, I am gonna have to read the notes to the non-specialist reader because I think that is setting up why everything is like how it is, because chapter 1 just starts and everything is complete chaos in Barcelona. Um, you've had it seems like most of the rest of Europe has already been hit by bombs because you have Belgians and Frenchmen all fleeing to Barcelona, and all the Barcelonians have decided they're just going to abandon the city. And so when the book starts, the city of Barcelona is already a mess. It's super dangerous, and our narrator, our main character, has decided that he's going to flee Barcelona because it's too dangerous. And so his mom sends him out of the city to a friend's house. And then he goes on this very long, winding, weird, felt like Inception right there ride on an ATV like truck with two other guys, but they have to keep circling around and around because like stuff is happening around them that the guy is getting on his headphones, which, you know, it's kind of giving you this feeling of, is this really happening or are they just trying to convince him that some of this is happening? And now he's at what he says he can't describe as anything other than like as a palace. So there you go, Jamie. Let me know what you think. And Sue says, I read another chapter but fell asleep, so I think I'll say good night. Thank you for a fun sprint. You're very welcome, Sue. Hope to see you again soon. Jaleesa said, I think I managed to get one page read. Oh no. It's back in my head. I got ready for bed as soon as I started to read. Hubby started talking. Been there, been there. And Stargate said, good chat and reading tonight. See you in the morning, 9ish. Thanks for the sprints. Very welcome. See you tomorrow, Stargater. Good night. Jaleesa said, how's Bookception so far? Well, you heard the recap. I don't even know how to say it is, but I will say the reading is very smooth and easy. I think it will be the concepts and the conception and the inception that breaks my mind. And hello, Anna. Anna says, got here late, but beta reading for client only got 3 pages in. Oh no, that was our last sprint, Anna. But thanks for coming and joining. Glad to have you. Glenda said, got to page 152 of The Jump by Brittany Morris. Wonderful. Very good. And Anna said, I will be rewatching this stream. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. That'll work. So hope you enjoy it. We had lots of fun and interesting little conversations, and there's some 45-minute sprints and hour sprints in there for you. And Miss Virtue said, I've started my morning routine of Duolingo and Wordle. Awesome. Well, I hope you have a wonderful morning and a great Saturday afternoon, too, because you'll be going into that while I'm dreaming of Inception, probably. Leslie said, made it to chapter 23. Thank you so much for hosting sprints. Congratulations on 1K. Thank you very much, Leslie. Thanks for hanging out. I'm glad you could come. Oral said, strength in numbers hangouts are fun. Okay, I like it. I'm hearing lots for the hangouts and question and answers while we do it. And Glenda says, thank you, Nicole, for the sprints. Good night, everyone. See you all tomorrow. Good night, Glenda. We'll see you then. Jamie said, I finished my audiobook. Yay! Now I get to decide how to start my March reading. Yep, there you go. There you go. Right there with you, Jamie. So that's how I'm starting with Bookception. Sprints made me do it. And Jaleesa says, thank you for the sprints and sleep well. Yes, same to you, Jaleesa. Thank you to everybody who is still on right now. Those of you who have left things in the comments and those who haven't. I will, as my thumbnail or title or whatever said, that for the 1K, I am celebrating by just reading more with all of you guys. So we're finishing our sprints here, but I will be back on at 9 tomorrow. I will be on basically all day. So from 9 to 5, I'll be on again on Saturday from 9 to 5. I'm going to take a break on Sunday, and then I will be on my usual time from 9 to 2 on Monday, and again from 9 to 5 on Tuesday. In fact, I think I'll be on from 9 to 5 on Monday. I don't remember anymore. It's all on my channel. You can see it there. But it's been a pleasure. I've had a great time. Sandra said I got to finish a short funny book on the third to last sprint. Continued Anna Karenina the second to last and couldn't read on the last. Yeah, I don't know how much reading I actually read on that last one versus had fantasies of things. So I'm questioning whether or not I shouldn't do page 10, those 10 pages again tomorrow. We'll see. And Jamie said, I may see you in the morning. Sounds good. All right. Thanks for coming on, everybody. Have a wonderful night. If it's nighttime for you, sleep well. If it's morning or daytime for you, have an awesome day. And hopefully I will see you guys tomorrow or sometime during the rest of these sprints. If not, I will see you around. Feel free to leave, chats and comments and stuff. And thank you so much for watching my video and just supporting me on this fun little journey. And Miss Virtue says, I'll see you later today for you, but in the morning for you. Yes, true. I didn't think about that. Yeah, it'll still be the same day for you. And bye. All right. I will see you guys possibly tomorrow or same day, depending on your time zone. I'll see you. Bye.